Okay, I do have a couple of mayoral announcements here, and no apologies as of item 1. Item 2. So, mayoral announcements, I would like to acknowledge the patience of those in Kings Meadows, in the community there, who live and commute through in regard to the line marking. So thank you for your patience there, because as we saw on our bus trip, that has been complete, and it's great to see that that is now done. An acknowledgement to our staff as well for their quick response to the speed limit changes in my commute just this morning. I was able to see that Vermont Road and Invermay Road have got new signage with the decreases, and this little personal one here. So finally, I would like to acknowledge and sincerely thank Prep Gillo at St Leonard's Primary, who took the time to handwrite me 14 personalised messages as a part of their Quick Write initiative around respect in response to some unkind social commentary, and I can say that it has helped to refill my bucket. So thank you very much to Prep Gallo at St Leonard's. Okay, declarations of interest. Agenda item number 3. As a councillor, we must declare any interest that the councillor has in a matter before any decisions on that matter commences. Do we have any declarations of interest? There being none, we move on to 4, confirmation of the minutes. So the recommendation is here for the one motion to acknowledge that the ordinary meeting that was on the 7th and the special ordinary meeting that was on the 14th, that the minutes attached are of true and correct record. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation 1 and 2? Councillor Harris? A seconder? Councillor Britton? All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 5, council workshops. 5.1, council workshop report. Recommendation is to note that council workshops were conducted since the last meeting, and those workshops having been the Cataract Gorge projects, the Launceston Central annual report, sexual harassment training for councillors, Franklin House site visit. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Britton? A seconder? Councillor McMahon? Councillor Britton, would you like to speak? Councillor McMahon is the seconder. Fantastic.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make reference to the training we received. I want to thank the facilitator for the sexual harassment training. It is the responsibility of each of us as individuals to put respect at the forefront of our behaviours, and as elected representatives, we must lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Were there any other speakers to the workshops? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to acknowledge once again the amazing work that Amanda and her team did. The presentation was outstanding from Central Launceston, and I just wanted to acknowledge that publicly once again. What a wonderful job they're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Any further speakers to the workshops? Anything further to close as the mover? Okay, putting it to the vote. All of those in favour? Please, all councillors present. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 6, we have no councillors' leave of absence applications as a part of this agenda. So moving on to community reports. 7. We do have a community report today, which I'm excited to see. New Horizons Tasmania. Belinda Kiddo, who is joined here as well by one of her members and outstanding athletes as a part of our community, Nick Heem. So Belinda and Nick, please come forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for having us here today. Councillor Gibson, thank you for the invite. We really appreciate that. We'd just like to share a little bit about New Horizons. We're very grateful for the support we get from council, and so we know a number of you know our story, but the background basically is in 1986, New Horizons commenced to start sport and recreation, delivering that mostly in northern Tasmania for people with a disability in our community. Since then, we've grown rapidly, and now we are statewide, and we service over 500 participants across the state, which is really exciting. Really fresh last year, we started on the northwest coast, which has been great, and we've seen some really good growth down there as well. Some of our highlights have been, especially recently, hopefully you saw our You're Welcome campaign, which was getting our members involved to help Northern Tasmanian businesses be more welcoming and inclusive to those with a disability. And there's some great little videos that I encourage you, if you haven't seen, to have a look at, because there's some really nice, succinct messaging that can help anybody to welcome our members into their businesses. Something else that's really exciting, we've got our AFL inclusion team that we work in partnership with AFL Tasmania, and they're heading off in October. Our final training session this Sunday, so we invite anyone to come along and congratulate them and see them get their jumpers, their Tasmanian, the big jumper, which is very exciting. We've had many participants over the time represent Tasmania and nationally, and 3 of our footballers were selected last year, so we're hoping to do really well there. We've had our biggest turn up for selections, which was also really hard because we need to now work on that second participation level to make sure everyone's included and has got those pathways and opportunities. But we have 41 programs statewide that we run regularly. So right from those great pathways in AFL through to social activities, arts and crafts. Another big highlight was participating in the Tasmanian Dance Sport Championships. Thank you, Andrew, for your support there, because we had some participants that ended up on the big stage performing. That was an absolute highlight. Another thing that I really want to highlight, and Nick is one of our graduates that's going to be the highlight of today, Nick talking to you about it, is our Champion program, which was something new that we developed, and we could see some great leadership in our participants, and so we wanted to formalise that training to make sure they had opportunities in great pathways within our community and within New Horizons to be able to show their leadership skill. So we've run that 2 times now. It's an 8-week program. They meet weekly, and we've had 24 graduates this last season, 24 the season before. Nick was in the very first one, weren't you, Nick? Yes. Mm-hmm. And we've just seen the most amazing outcomes. So that's been, but it's been peer-led. So each program has been developed to make sure those participants get what they need out of it. And since then, we've employed 3 of our graduates at New Horizons on full wages as assistant sport and rec coordinators. We've had others that have gone and had meetings in Parliament House about disability flag and, whether that could be flown. We've had others that have now secured employment, others that have stepped up and become captains and leaders. And we've had 4 of our graduates that are now volunteering and leading sport and recreation programs. So it is a really valuable program and something that we hope can continue. New Horizons' biggest challenge ongoing is always the funding, and that our federal funding actually expires in June 2024, so that program was part of that. So currently we're working really hard to find that next part of New Horizons and how we can continue to sustain our operations throughout. But I'm going to hand over to Nick, who's one of our athletes and one of our leaders that would like to share some of his story.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I've been New Horizons member for over 10 years. New Horizons has provided me with a lot of support, opportunities during this time. This has given me confidence and developed my skills to be able to play in state and national competitions in both basketball and tennis. The last 3 years, the state Ivy Burge team at the National Basketball Championships has won bronze medals. In July, I won the New South Wales PW 2 Division 2 singles tennis event in Sydney. And on Saturday, I was presented with a Tennis Tasmania Award of the most outstanding athlete with a disability. New Horizons has helped me to meet people, make friends throughout my sports, and to reach my achievements. Thank you.
And Nick has a trophy he'd like you all to have a look at. That was his trophy that he won on the weekend, and Craig Tiley, the CEO of Tennis Australia, was there to help present that award. So it was a big honour, wasn't it, Nick? But very well deserved. There you go, you can hold that up so everyone can see.
Great.
Well done, Nick. But thank you very much for having us, and I just want to leave you with the thought that sport and recreation for us is really important. It builds so many skills, but to us it's just a tool for those extensions of social skills, teamwork, building self-confidence as we continue to see, and making those social connections which are so important. Tasmania has the highest rate of disability in the country, and isolation and mental health issues are very high in our members with a disability, so it's really important for us to have those avenues like sport and recreation and those social connections to make sure our members are feeling valued in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Yeah. Okay, moving on now to agenda item number 8, public question time. 8.1, public questions on notice. 8.1.1, we'll see the question there around flood mitigation from Ian. And moving forward to 8.2, public questions without notice. Noting that the rules and regulations were available and displayed upon entry, you may ask a total of 3 questions each. Mr. Baines, beating me to your introduction as you step to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, does this council have a policy for wind and solar farms that become obsolete? That's the removal, disposal and reparation of the land they are situated on, as these structures are not everlasting.
An answer there, Mr. Baines, no, this current council doesn't have a policy around that issue, as there I don't believe there's any in our municipality at the moment, but
thank you.
Worthy of a conversation.
Now this is a letter from a lady called Anne Blake from last month, and it's a bit difficult to read because it's small, so I had to borrow a pair of glasses from an old person. Last Wednesday, August the 16th, the PM promised to make $500 million available via competitive funding to local and state governments who foster new housing developments. Launceston City Council Greater Launceston Plan and Vision Statement is welcome as far as it goes, contains little or no practical commitments to the kinds of housing strategies that the PM has promised to pay local councils for. This includes, among other possible actions, waiving planning and building permit application fees for housing developments that include a minimum proportion of affordable and social housing, and lobbying the state government to amend legislation so that local councils have the power to plan for inclusionary zoning. So my question is, does council intend to take any action in respect of this funding in order to foster some empathy and understanding of our homeless? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Baines.
Yes?
We do, yes.
Oh.
Yep, we are working and we're exploring options in that space, as we do with all of the federal grants as they come through, particularly with the new system that they've brought through, but this is something that we are exploring, yes.
Okay, thanks very much. I was a bit taken aback by yes. I'm not used to yes answers. Now, in reading this statement, I acknowledge the research and work of Gwenda Sheridan of Hobart in 2005. This is what she wrote. The more uses, even of a temporary nature, the more aggregated finite spaces which are occupied by hard form, the more the park's landscape retreats from its original vision of horticultural and botanical gardens, as originally conceived by the Launceston Horticultural Society. So my question is, does council still require 10 trees adjacent to Albert Hall to be killed, which is truly not in the public interest? Thank you.
Yeah, we can have a look more forward into that with taking that on notice, if that's okay, Mr. Baines, around the process and around the Launceston Horticultural Society and where our regs sit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. Further questions without notice? Mr. Ginnin?
Hi, Ian Ginnin from 48 Bellahaven Crescent. I did ask questions at the last meeting, thought I hadn't had an answer and didn't realise that they were included in the agenda, so I know how to find them. Although when I had a quick look with fat fingers, missed the spot, so I didn't really get to read the answers in full. But it doesn't appear, the answers seem a little bit wishy-washy with no time frames as to when you're going to update the ratepayers as to how they get information on flood mitigation or what they do to prepare for flood. For example, people with mobility issues and things like that. I think they need a plan and need to be told what the plan is. Interesting, Felix Ellis, after our last meeting, advised they've got plans for what ratepayers are to do, or property owners in the event of a flood, before, during and after. Again, his website's a little bit like the council's here, very hard to find. But I would like to see council be more proactive in informing ratepayers on that. Not everyone's got a computer, not everyone's literate as far as IT. So I think that it would be handy to have workshops or mail-outs or things out with the rates. This week we saw Coles Bay burn, nearly. I'd predicted that for 6 years. It was a Monty, one road in, that's it. Could have been an absolute disaster if the wind hadn't dropped and the rain hadn't rained. However, in Launceston, if it rains, it will only cause a bigger flood. My property partly flooded. I was told by an officer here that there were electric pumps there. Only thing I saw was a red bucket float by, and I don't know whether I was meant to use that, and that's what the electric pumps is. But my concern is that if the water does go over the levee banks, what has council got in place to bring the water back out of there? Or do the properties just sink? A couple of interesting things from my industry on flood. Allianz is reviewing potential flood cover after catastrophe events. Allianz say last year's catastrophe floods have sparked insurers to examine whether it is viable to continue offering flood cover in the home insurance product market. We could well see that they go out of it. They're giants in the insurance industry, and once they move, everyone will follow. The ICA writes to a shire over townhouses planned for flood-prone land. The Insurance Council of Australia has written to the Campsie Shire Council in Northern Victoria urging it to reconsider a decision to approve the construction of 16 townhouses due to flood or potential flood. In this week's Examiner, insurers under pressure from extreme weather events. The insurance industry is under pressure from climate change and other cost pressures prompting high-level talks in Europe. The protection gap, the difference between the insurance we need and the insurance we have, is worsening around the world. Homeowners, small businesses and professionals that require insurance to operate were struggling to afford cover as premiums soar. But without insurance, Australians did not have the confidence to take risks, and the economy will grind to a halt. It goes on about financial ramifications for businesses that can no longer afford or purchase flood insurance. Again, I've gone to your website. I can't find anything really of any substance in council's future plans around the largest disaster that could happen in Launceston, one of the largest in Tasmania, and that's the flooding of Launceston. I'd again like to see, if it's not on the website, plans, whatever, what council is looking at in the future, because once the insurance industry turns the tap off on cover, there'll be a lot of ramifications as far as financing properties, businesses, etc., amongst those 3,000 properties that could be affected by flood. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ginnan. We'll put you in contact with some of our people as well to work through those issues as to see where you feel like it's hard to find. We'll get a proper representation of what your interpretation is of the website and so forth as we move forward. I think that would be more important.
Time frames would be important as well, if that's okay. But the electric pump that's meant to be installed at our property or deployed there, I'd like to see that physically that it exists.
Yep, we'll put you in touch. Thank you, Mr. Ginnan. Any further questions without notice? There being none, we'll move forward. Okay. Just let people clear out a bit. Agenda item number 9, petitions. So 9.1 is petition receipt around Riverdale Grove Newstead parking restrictions. So the recommendation for this is to receive this petition that's been submitted regarding Riverdale Grove Newstead parking restrictions. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Gibson? A seconder? Councillor Harris? Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak?
You're allowing, yep. Thank you. I welcome this petition. I note the 45 signatories. I also note that this is an ongoing matter that the residents have been trying to deal with, first of all themselves, then by following the advice of council officers, then working in partnership with elected representatives. And each year, particularly towards the end of the year, it becomes a real problem. Parking over driveways, inability for residents to have tradespeople and themselves to park out the front of their homes, etc. I think we've tried working with the school, we've tried working with the board. Councillors such as myself have even gone to school assemblies and spoken to the cohorts of students. And with the change of leadership at the school at the end of this year, it seems like an appropriate time for us to really get on top of this problem, a problem that has presented itself for years and years. We know that we worked hand in hand with the school, particularly around its COVID measures. We've been more than able to demonstrate our ability to assist them with traffic management when needed. Now we need them to do the same with us and with their residents. I welcome the petition, and within 42 days, we look forward to having some real concrete ways of working forward to have this ongoing problem dealt with finally.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. I might open it up to the floor as well. We have some public speakers to this recommendation too. So if Jeanette Oakley would like to speak, or Douglas. I've got Jeanette and Douglas written down. Yes.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council and everybody else, thank you for your support, Councillor Gibson. Yes, as he said, this has been an ongoing issue, and I think that the ratepayers are sending a strong message to the council that there are issues there. Some involve visitors unable to park during school time, carers having to park well down the street and walk up, taking up time to care for residents. There are quite a number of retirees within Riverdale Grove, and so we just hope that the council will give this some serious consideration and maybe come up with suggestions that we have put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny Gibson, for your positive comments. And I'd just like to say, if we could have a 2-hour parking limit and residents-only parking limit, keeping in mind that every year the students change. They might be asked not to park there, but next year it's going to be the same. And I've just heard from Doug earlier today that they've had a petition already, so this is another one, and we would really like some positive action. I have friends trying to come and visit and they can't get a park. They're elderly, like me, and so they don't come. And we're getting alterations done to our unit, and the tradesmen can't park because there's nowhere to park. The students are all there. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. As the recommendation is to receive the report, we might take it just to a vote now. So all of those in favour to receive the report? That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Now we move into agenda item 10, Planning Authority. So under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in the agenda item. Should this be 10?
Yes.
Just making an amendment to that then, that it is item 10, because it's written as 9 in the agenda.
Yeah, 10.
So it should be 10. Yep. 10, Planning Authority. 10.1 is 38A Prospect Street. Prospect, the subdivision there. Do we have any speakers? I've got none noted here from the public. Okay. The recommendation is to approve the development application. Somebody to move. Councillor Deputy Mayor. A seconder? Councillor Harris? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess 40 Prospect, 38A Prospect Street, once upon a time was one property, and it was known as 40 Prospect, and it's already been subdivided once to enable 38A Prospect Street to actually evolve. And now what we're being asked to approve is for 38A to be further subdivided to enable it to actually have a place where it can actually build another residence in regard to it. We visited the site last week, and as you can see, there are very few discretions. There are a number of comments in the representations in relation to a number of matters that they feel are unheard. I think most of those are issues that are dealt with very well by the planners in their responses to it. I guess at this stage, all we're doing is actually approving a subdivision of a lot. We're not approving the building of a house. That will come next, I presume. So that will be the time where we'll be looking about the amenity of buildings next door, I imagine. At the moment, it's a matter of approving a lot that is subdividable. The size of the blocks meet the requirements of the planning scheme without any discretions in relation to the size of the blocks. The major issues that were raised are in relation to the ingress and egress of the properties where there are shared driveways and so forth that come through. Looking at the spaces there, I guess that people will queue and work out their ways to get out of the properties and coming back in. Likewise, they'll need to make their way through looking at traffic coming down the street and coming up the street. I guess the other issue that's been raised is in relation to the traffic flows and the increased traffic that another property might bring to the area. And as we all of us that went there the other day would see, it's on a fairly sharp and descending bend, which does create some issues, but it probably creates the issues for the current residents as well as any future residents that are there now. So it's no different to what it is, other than there may be another car or two that are going through there. So I guess the reality of it is if people are following the speed limits and driving cautiously, then this still should work in a normal sort of way in regards to it. So I guess in relation to providing a approval to this today, we're looking at a block of land. I can see by the way the orientation of the deck on the back of 40 Prospect Street is that anybody builds a house in front of it is going to take up some of their view, and that's obviously a major concern for one of the representors, I guess, which is a second step. Hopefully whoever buys the block, develops the block, will actually deal with their neighbours and talk to them about the appropriate ways in which they can build their house to minimise the impact on their amenity in relation thereto. Other than that, we are in line with whatever the planning scheme allows them to do. If they build within the building envelope, and I think there was a potential building envelope shown on the plans, which says that it can build one there. It could be built somewhere else on the block as well. There's commentary about trees and foliage, and I guess when we were there weren't any significant trees. It's not in a scenic, it is in a scenic protection area, but it's for substantial trees and not the ones that are actually on that block. So I don't think, to be honest, there are too many discretions in there that we need to be concerned about, and as a consequence of that, we should be approving this development application today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Yes, not much more to add to that, other than the three discretions do relate to the West Launceston Scenic Protection. As Councillor Mackenzie said, trees greater than 1 metre in diameter, of which there were none. There was one that was about 800 across, but clearly wasn't big enough to be saved. The Duns Stone Exclusion Zone, which affects this particular property. There are many other properties that are in that exclusion zone with the development that's occurred behind Duns, so clearly that's not much of an issue for us to consider. And of course, the lot itself is only accessible by a right-of-way to the street, which is a discretion, all of which is very common for us to approve. So there really isn't much for us to have to weigh up here with this particular development application. As Councillor Mackenzie said, once they want to put a house on it, it will be perhaps a different matter. But hopefully the potential builders of any new property will be very sympathetic to the current residents' outlooks and perhaps petition or position their place not to take the majority of their view. But we're not considering that today. Today is just about the subdivision, and quite happy to approve that.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Further speakers? Councillor Kai.
Similar to what Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Harris said, so I will be supporting the Planning Officer's recommendation today, but I do have a word of advice for the future developers of this property. So please have some compassion and consideration for your consideration that your future home just might impact the surrounding neighbours. So please do the right thing and go and talk to your neighbours, and that might just save you a lot of time, stress, money, and avoid lengthy appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. A question, Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I was just interested to know, there was someone raised an issue, there was no sole connection to Prospect Street. Therefore, if there was a bushfire, that would cause an issue. As it's not in a bushfire zone, that doesn't cause an issue. I'm totally fine with the development today, but if it was in a bushfire-prone area, would they need their own access? I'm just wondering what the purpose is.
That's a little bit of a hypothetical. Planning, the development of houses at the moment in terms of bushfire, once the zoning's in place, is dealt with by the building surveyor at the building time. So the detail around compliance with the requirements for bushfire is dealt with at the building stage. Having said that, there's nothing that we can identify that would suggest that this is going to cause a problem.
Further speakers to 10.1? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Mayor. It is an awkward location. I don't think anyone denies that. It has, its challenges and encumbrances and so forth. And of course, that's not a reason to vote against this today. I would sort of reiterate, that all due care and consideration of the close proximity to neighbours, be taken in this case. But they're, well within their rights to make the subdivision. It is on a difficult corner as well, but it's not going to contribute significantly to the traffic, as in if you double the amount of movements there, it's still only 2 dwellings instead of 1. It's not like going to make any significant difference. Is it ideal? Of course it's not, but are we going to see more of these? We probably are, where blocks that were once considered difficult, maybe not able to be built on because of landslip and all sorts of other issues, as the scarcity of inner city land becomes greater, people will seek out these opportunities and find ways to develop them. And as I say, not ideal. I can understand people's concern in the immediate vicinity. Probably for the rest of us, if and when a house is built there, it will just be a part of that neighbourhood, part of the scenery. But yes, for those people living in that area, whilst we can't predict what will be built there, we can certainly hope that it's sympathetic to its surroundings. Thank you.
No further speakers? Deputy Mayor to close.
Thank you. I just acknowledged, I think, Jaden, was the first time I've seen you in here, and maybe you've been here before, but thank you for your work.
Okay, putting the recommendation to the vote. The motion, those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, so council no longer sits as planning authority. Agenda item number 11, announcements by the Mayor. 11.1, noting that we are pretty strict on time today. They're all published there in the agenda. Just noting one addition, that last night officiated at the Junction Arts Festival opening night. Feel free, if you've got time, to read through those. Agenda item number 12, councillors' reports. We have some councillors' reports. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I was absent at the last council meeting, ordinary council meeting, because I was at the City's Power Partnership Conference at RMIT in Melbourne, put on by the Climate Council. I've given you all detailed reports if you'd like to come to me with any more questions, but really the take-home message was get off gas. That's really what the group of councillors and officers who were all speaking and being presented awards were saying, and there was some really interesting stuff, hospitality-led. I've spoken to Councillor Britton about, because what hospo businesses are finding are that they're converting from gas to the ceramic top electrified ovens, and they are saving induction thousands and thousands of dollars in cleaning fees. So if we can, we've got the benefit here of 90% renewables. We're in a fantastic position to lead with one of these really exciting projects. So it's electrify everything, get off gas, and give the next generations a chance of having a similar life to the life that we've had.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins, and we very much appreciate your representation and your passion too. Yeah. Okay, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. On Sunday, I attended the Sir Optimus International Launceston's High Tea, raising funds for the Premi Baby Project. The Premi Baby Project supplies packs to mums of Premi babies containing a tiny grow suit and matching wrap in soft organic fabric, as well as bra cushions to be used as scent pads in the baby's crib. To date, nearly 100 packs have been distributed through the Special Care Nursery and Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. They are hoping that they would have raised enough on Sunday to expand the project into 2024 and beyond. And on Tuesday, along with Councillor Kai, we attended the Schools Peace Walk, organised by Amnesty International Australia, Launceston College and the Tamar Valley Peace Festival. Students delivered some very impassioned speeches, and the event was very professionally emceed by Kuba Mikkel, who is a current member of the Youth Advisory Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. On Tuesday just gone, the 19th of September, Councillor Kai and I attended the UTAS Scholarships Morning Tea to celebrate our City of Launceston scholarship recipient, Sophie Blanchard. Sophie is an outstanding student who is studying a Bachelor of Arts and Master of Teaching, and the morning tea was held at the new River Edge building, and it is an outstanding building. If you haven't been there yet, please do. And when you go into the foyer, simply look up and you'll be amazed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, along with yourself and Councillor McMahon and possibly some others I didn't notice, I attended the walk to raise awareness of World Suicide Prevention Day out of the shadows on Monday the 11th in City Park. So there was a gathering of probably 50 or 60 of Launceston's citizens there to, I guess, raise awareness of World Suicide Prevention Day, which I think was on the 10th, which happened to be when the Women's 5K run was on. Yesterday, Councillor Mackenzie and I attended the Arc, another interesting building for those of you who may know it more in its former life as the old Tas Board Mills building in Killafatty. We attended the NTDC Regional Collaboration Forum, where more than 13 projects were discussed in some detail and presented to us, along with, I think, 17 other projects that weren't presented to us, but were able to vote on whether they deserved our support. So those were projects right across northern Tasmania, from Break Day through to Meander Valley, a number from Launceston City. These will be projects that NTDC will go forth and lobby for us as a region, because as a region we speak with a stronger voice, and it was a most interesting opportunity to see some of the other projects that other councils are doing that, and in fact the collaboration between the councils was to be commended. Not only were other council members talking about another council's project, but they were also supporting it as well. So I think it was a really great day, and I wish to thank NTDC for putting it on, and also City Mission, who own the Arc, for allowing us to use that magnificent building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Dr. Raze.
Well, Mayor and Councillor, this week is Dementia Action Week, and today is World Alzheimer's Day. The CEO of Dementia Australia have written to us recently requesting a commitment by every council in Australia to make their community dementia friendly, which would go a long way in helping to address the stigma and discrimination experienced by people with dementia, their families and their carers. As a councillor and geriatrician, this is a great opportunity to give a free public presentation on our research in the diagnosis and treatment of dementia, especially our recent experience and how combination therapy can help people with dementia to live a healthy life. This is going to be conducted tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the Lecture Theatre Level 2 at the Launceston General Hospital, and everyone is welcome. There is also opportunity to link by the internet live, and they can join in by downloading Microsoft Teams program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Raze. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I had a few things I've been up to in the last week or two. I think the first one I went to was last Friday, a week ago, was I went to the opening of Melissa Smith's exhibition at the QV Mag. Now, Melissa, for those of you who don't know, is a very well-known artist in Tasmania, and I think it was fantastic that the QV Mag have allowed her to have a gallery of her own for the next little while and show the depth of talent that we have in Tasmania. Not only do we bring things in from outside, but we actually celebrate our own. So those that haven't had a chance to go down and see it, I will welcome you to go and do that. Just to move my thing from another cultural activity to sport, one of my favourite things, and I had the pleasure of attending the NTFA Grand Finals over 2 weekends. One as a very proud father of 2 premiership-winning sons, but the other as a guest of the NTFA, just to sort of see the rest of it. I think what was absolutely fantastic, A, the crowds were brilliant there, and B, I think the absolute breadth of clubs in and around our region that got to play there. I think last Saturday there were 4 games with 8 different clubs playing, which was fantastic, and I think that shows that sport is up and going, or particularly the footballs and the female sports is building so much in that area, which is fantastic. Last Monday, or Monday just gone, I also officiated at the Peace Festival launch of the Peace Poles and Reflection Garden of Peace and the placing of Peace Rocks out at the Northern Suburbs Community Centre, and I just welcome everybody to go out there and have a look at what's being done. Rotary Club of Sunrise were very involved in that, as well as a number of members of the community. We had schools that actually did the Peace Rocks, which will actually be permanently placed in and around the centre. But what was absolutely fantastic is the Peace Poles, I think, had something like 24 different nationalities with their peace message written in their language. And I think on the day we had something like about 9 or 10 of those countries represented who actually spoke. And I think that really is what it's all about. And I sort of started quoting, and not singing, quoting a little bit of my musical background in regards to John Lennon and Cat Stevens and peace. And it's interesting how relevant a message in 1971 is in 2023. We're probably coming out of Vietnam War, which was probably driving a lot of that thing now, but there are wars out there. And I did also make the comment about it's not just about the turmoil as in peace out there. There's domestic peace and there's mind peace. So there's a lot of peace out there that we need to be looking at, that inner turmoil, and something we'll be talking about a little bit later on. And I just really want to remind people that peace is not just about conflicts which are actually going on around the world. There's conflicts in the homes and in people's own bodies that are going on that we need to manage. The Mayor and I went out and visited Just Cats, which I thought was absolutely fantastic, and what they do out there is just brilliant. I was so astounded by that. I went to Hobart on Tuesday and went to an industry leaders roundtable, which was really all about the logistics industry, but it's very rife about all of the things which the fact of actually trying to get people employment. I think there's something like a 38% step away from employment, and that's not just the unemployed people, it's people who have just decided they don't want to work anymore. And that's going to cause us a real problem with some of the projects and things that we as a council are looking to do over the next few years. You know, finding the resources to actually build things, make things, move things is actually going to be challenging. So I think we as a region need to come up with a strategy on how we're actually going to combat that. I also went to the NTDC regional collaboration, and the word collaboration, I actually think, I won't say for the first time, but nearly the first time, it actually was exactly that on yesterday. And like the Mayor, I attended the Junction Art Festival opening night party last night, and it was great. I had my inner Dali going for me, even if I wasn't quite going to go as Buzz Lightyear. But it was a fantastic night, and I just really just encourage people to go out there and enjoy it. It's a fantastic event.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker?
Yes, I might have been beaten to the punch there, although I must not have recognised Councillor Mackenzie at the function. His costume must have been something special. Ya Palingana, that's the message that is writ large at Junction Festival. And of course, along with yourself and Councillor Mackenzie, attended last night for the opening and were treated to a welcome to country by the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre. That was something special, and I have seen a few of these. To have Dwayne Everett singing in language as part of that welcome, and for that fire circle, and for the smoking ceremony, and for people to be welcomed and brought into that ceremony was something that it's a credit to Junction that they work so closely with our Aboriginal community in that way. And as Dwayne Everett said, you know, that they are sharing something that's intimate and personal, and it's vulnerable in that process. And you know, I suppose it'd be a bit like if you'd written a poem and you were reading it in front of a big room. There was something very personal. That's what's going on there. And so that sharing of culture is something that I congratulate Junction Festival for encouraging and to participate in, as well as, of course, the festival that will be unrolling over the next few days, and encourage everyone to get along to Princes Square, which comes alive at this time of year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Kai?
Thank you. I'll just read through. On Tuesday, I attended the UTAS Scholarship Thank You Morning Tea with Councillor Palmer. And like he said, it was held at the new Rivers Edge building at Inveresk campus. Has a great view of the river and of Councillor Pentage's land all the way through. The City of Launceston's 2023 scholarship was awarded to our extraordinary student, Sophie Blanchard. After the scholarship morning tea, together with Councillor McMahon, we attended the Tamar Valley Peace Festival, a student-led Amnesty International event held at the Royal Park, followed by a march through Seaport to the River Bend. Student speakers spoke about human rights matters covering Indigenous rights, education, health, refugee and the climate emergency. The college student choir and TICO drummers were also present, and it was a great turnout with over 350 students and community group members attending. And then yesterday, we had the City of Launceston citizenship ceremony held at the tram shed. I joined Mayor Garwood in welcoming 72 new Australian citizens. It was such a great pleasure to witness so much joy and happiness to all those who will now be known as Australians. And I still remember as a little girl the excitement of getting my Australian citizenship, and that was 33 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. No further reports. Moving through to agenda item number 13, questions by councillors. 13.1, councillors' questions on notice. 13.1.1, we'll see Councillor Kai's question around parking and the response. And 13.1.2, Councillor Walker's question around the Midlands Highway exit ramp to Kings Meadows and the response. So moving through to 13.2, do we have any councillors' questions without notice? Councillor Kai.
I've just got one. I'd like to bring up that the City of Launceston has now got a timetable out for Active Launceston. And on there, we've got active armchairs, active parks yoga, and active parks at Tai Chi. Now, I got a call from somebody asking if they will, we will include Pilates classes. So that's the question.
Yes, I believe that there is.
Will there be
There is a
Pilates?
program that develops through. This is provided by an external body. So if they want to have suggestions, I would suggest them to reach out to them for the other opportunities. But yes, no, I was talking to the organisers yesterday, and they're quite excited about the program and the way in which the community has been asking the questions, because I was able to forward on your experiences having people having asked you. So
Cool. So I can go back and tell them that there will most likely be Pilates classes.
I can't speak for the organiser and the opportunities that they provide, but if they wanted to provide some feedback, chat to
contact
Active
them.
Launceston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, it's great. Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to start a conversation around what is happening in our city in regards to youth crime. Do we have a strategy in place for antisocial behaviour? I understand there is a committee. I believe we need to hear from them, either in this place or in a workshop. I acknowledge that this isn't a new problem, but you would have to say there is a heightened level of anxiety at the moment. After speaking to members of our business community and families and other community members, people are simply too afraid to come to our beautiful city, especially the mall. You're right? Yep. So I'd like to know what we can do to help the situation. And have we reached out to other jurisdictions around the country? And if so, what did we learn?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I was just getting some guidance then on some of the parts to your question. Then I think I've booked in a meeting as of this week with Rosemary Armitage MLC. We've got the police. We've got Foxy coming in with that as well. That will be coming up. That's, I think, been booked for the 24th of October, prior to everybody's availabilities. That was what that came down to. And yes, we do have our Safer Communities Committee. And CEO, you were saying that there's some more work being done in that space through the community as well.
So the Community Safety Partnership collaboration, if you like, had a strategic session the week before last, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, so they discussed matters like this, and certainly this particular issue is being discussed. So I think there's a meeting called from the relevant members of that partnership committee to happen next week, I believe. And so that, I think, is the appropriate avenue for the council to be involved in, is by working with other providers and stakeholders and authorities within the city to understand and collaborate in respect of what they're doing and what we might do to support that. So I think we just should wait to hear the outcome of that meeting, and perhaps that would be a good opportunity for the Launceston Safety Partnership to actually report to council in terms of what they're up to.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, though. Any further questions? There being none, moving forward to agenda item number 14, notice of motion. Now, 14.1, I do believe it should say in the agenda, it says 14.2, so 14.1, notice of motion. Councillor Dawkins, establishing a leadership role for City of Launceston in the prevention of child sexual abuse. The recommendation is to adopt the notice of motion submitted by Councillor Dawkins regarding the prevention. And I might look to a mover, but I will look to Councillor Dawkins. And a seconder, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you so much. This is one of the several notice of motion that I've brought to council in the years that I've been here that has been driven purely from community. So I have very little to add, but I do have some words from a victim survivor who I have been meeting with over the past few weeks and have gained a valuable insight into the life of a victim survivor of child sexual abuse, and have spent many hours walking and thinking about what that means to me and what that might mean to other councillors on this table, and in fact to the whole organisation. So we've been asked to show leadership and responsiveness to the revelations of widespread historic and contemporary child sexual abuse in Launceston, as evidenced by the recent Commission of Inquiry hearings. I'm not sure if any of you tuned into the hearings, but they were harrowing to say the least. But as Cassie O'Connor, the former leader of the Greens, used to say in Parliament a lot, and something that really resonated with me, we need the disinfectant of light. It's the only way that we can bring these historical and contemporary allegations out into the light, is to talk about them, try and understand them, look at them from every direction, and talk to people about what it means to them, because the numbers are staggering. Now, today, this is not a place for disclosure. This is a place to reflect on the motion and to keep it as much as we can about the motion at hand and not about people's personal experiences, because I do believe there is another place for that, and I hope that anybody needing that kind of help will seek it. And if they can't seek it, can they please come to me and I can help them find a pathway to seek it. So it's the motion is divided into some sections. So we're looking for opportunities to acknowledge victim survivors, which is a part of what we're doing here today. Engaging with organisers of the National Child Sexual Abuse Survivors Day. We're also doing that with the Loud Fences campaign that's current in our community. We've engaged positively and well, and we've learned a lot about how to engage with somebody or an organisation who are brittle. You know, they're suffering, they have PTSD, they have a whole range of vulnerabilities that need to be contended with, and our communications need to reflect that in everything that we do. I think I love the way that council officers' responses to this one have been like, this is something we can do now. Assessment criteria and grant applications is demonstrate compliance with child and youth safe standards. I think this is something that we expect to happen, but this is something we can now demand. And we're also asking for a couple of reports on child sex abuse prevention and progress against the compliance for child safe organisations in abuse prevention awareness. So it's a fairly straightforward motion and has been favourably accepted by council officers. So really all that's left for me to do now is read a letter from Laurie Donaldson, the Loud Fence coordinator and the person who has instigated this motion today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. As a victim survivor of child sexual abuse and an advocate for stronger safeguarding, I feel that these measures give practical expression to the leadership role for the municipal councils as recommended in the National Royal Commission report of 2017. Adoption of these measures will put Launceston City Council at the forefront of the local fight to end child sexual abuse and help us build the kind of community in which we can all be proud. A city where parents know that others take responsibility for the safety and well-being of the children in their care. While I do not speak for all, my interactions with local victim survivors and their supporters make me confident that the proposed measures have broad support. Many share my belief that local government has a powerful role in preventing abuse through working in partnership with the state government, specialist services like Laurel House, businesses and the wider community. With the report of the Tasmanian Commission of Inquiry due next week, we can anticipate that institutions in the north, including our schools, hospitals, foster homes and youth detention centres, will be found to have had enduring systemic failures that have allowed sexual predators to criminally abuse many of our children. Our institutions are now on notice to do better, but the new legislation, which becomes effective next year, compels all respondent organisations, clubs, associations and businesses to be accountable for the children in their care. Council, with strong links to the business community and community groups, is uniquely positioned to encourage compliance with the new legislation by serving as a local exemplar of best practices in child and youth safeguarding. My personal hope is that the role of council will naturally grow as people begin to understand the positive influence you can wield. You can help Launceston to be an even better place than the place you already live in. We can learn from each other, and we can learn from councils like Ballarat that have responded positively to the challenge of eliminating child sexual abuse in their community. As councillors, you may sometimes feel beleaguered with the unceasing list of new demands placed on council. This is why the measures in this motion are designed to be concrete, practical and implementable without incurring unreasonable demands on ratepayers. Our historical tolerance of child sex abuse in this city is not something that can be fixed by money or by more red tape alone. We can't leave it to the state government either, as their influence is limited. Partnerships are needed and local government must play its part. It also requires a heartfelt change with a new mindset that sees us believing that child sexual abuse is an evil that has been fueled by our indifference. We should now commit to the cultural change that sees us with a firm and united resolve to prevent child sexual abuse wherever it might occur. Voting for this motion signifies your personal and collective commitment to this cultural change.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor McMahon is the seconder.
Thank you. I'll actually be speaking on behalf of Catherine Fordyce, who is the CEO of Laurel House and is unfortunately in Brisbane working at the moment. Laurel House, North and Northwest Tasmania Sexual Assault Support Service is a local community-based not-for-profit organisation that works with and for victim survivors of sexual violence to drive transformational change through counselling, education and advocacy. Our vision is that everyone acts to prevent and respond to sexual harm. As such, we wish to express our support for the City of Launceston's intention to take a more active role in addressing the critical issue of child sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse is preventable and every member of our community must act to prevent child sexual abuse. The City of Launceston plays a central role in civic leadership of our community, so it is essential that the City of Launceston demonstrates how they and all of the members of their community can act to prevent child sexual abuse and to support victim survivors. In Laurel House's role as a specialist sexual violence service, we know that collaborations is essential to developing comprehensive strategies to better prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. We also want to emphasise the importance of aligning with the recommendations made by the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse and for careful consideration of the findings and recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into Tasmanian Government responses to child sexual abuse. The Royal Commission's recommendations underscore the significance of local governments actively safeguarding the welfare of children in their jurisdiction. We specifically draw your attention to recommendation 6.12, which calls for local governments to develop child-safe messages, assisting local institutions, providing child safety information and supporting collaboration. In line with these recommendations, and especially in light of the hearings of the Tasmanian Commission of Inquiry that identified harrowing experience of child sexual abuse within Launceston, it is imperative that the City of Launceston takes a more active role in the prevention of child sexual abuse. To this end, Laurel House would seek to work collaboratively with the City of Launceston to enhance our collective efforts in preventing child sexual abuse within our community. Laurel House has strong networks with victim survivors and advocates and brings subject content and lived experience expertise to prevention and response activities, and can support the City of Launceston as it explores and expands its role in civic leadership about child sexual abuse prevention and response. I look forward to opportunities to talk more with councillors and City of Launceston staff to explore how we can work together effectively to achieve positive outcomes for the Launceston community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Further speakers around the table, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to our mover and seconder of the motion and the impassioned comments made by the others who are actively engaged in putting the motion together today. I'm speaking from a personal context in that I sit here and see City of Launceston as a leader in our community, and there's nothing more important than the children of our community. We have a role to, and I'd really like to thank the officers on their responses in relation to the motion and their can-do attitude in regards to what needs to be done in regards to it. So I won't say too much other than the fact that I'm horrified by what has unfolded. I keep getting surprised by human beings every day in regards to how they act and react in community situations, and I'm abhorred by some of the things that I've heard at the Ribbons of Reflection Day when we went and listened to the couple of survivors speak to us that day, and just thinking, how can this happen? Unfortunately, it does happen, it has happened, and it probably still is happening. Therefore, I think Launceston City Council taking a proactive role in endeavouring to lead the debate and conversation and try to assist in putting in place things that might actually save a life, change the community perception, change the way that people act, is something the least that we can do in what we do. So I'm very happy to stand here and support the motion that's been put forward today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers around the table? There being none, Councillor Dawkins to close.
Thank you. Look, I do take this silence as respect, and I completely understand it. I think there's so much that we could say, but I've got to take this silence and continue with it. All I've really got to say is, when I was thinking about this and talking to people, someone said to me that racism was the underbelly of Queensland, and of Tasmania, it's child sex abuse. I didn't know that. I had no idea. And the way it's made me feel about our beautiful, torn, brutal, unreconciled island has really made me change as a person. And if that is true, if that is our underbelly, it's incumbent on us all today, from this day forward, to make sure that we do everything we can to change that, because Tasmania is a magnificent place. And I want its story to be a story of reconciliation and possibility and positivity, because if this place is not, which place ever will be?
Okay, putting the motion to the vote. All of those in favour? All those in favour? Okay, so that is 11 votes for. All those against? 1 against. Councillor Pentridge? The motion is carried. Okay, agenda item 15, committee reports. 15.1, audit panel meeting 29th of August 2023. The recommendation is to receive the report. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Walker, a seconder. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Walker, would you like to speak?
I don't think there's much to say. It is all there for the record, the report, the details of the particular items that were being dealt with at that audit panel meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything further?
I just highlight, I guess, in number one there, the internal audit, which is looking at cyber risk, which is very pertinent on the workshop that we received today. But as you can see, there's a lot of work goes into the audit committee. It doesn't go for 5 minutes, the conversation, but it's been a really worthwhile conversation about our assets and our liabilities and the various things that we do to manage what we have, from an audit and risk point of view in the city. And I know that's very well represented by some external people that come along and give their advice freely in regards to it with a fresh set of eyes, which I think is a really useful thing to do, not to mention our internal and external auditors who actually provide advice as we go along the way as well. So a very worthwhile committee.
Thank you. Further speakers to the report? Councillor Walker to close? Okay, all of those in favour of the recommendation to receive the report? That is all councillors present. Motion is carried. 15.2 is the Tender Review Committee. So the recommendation for this one is that council accepts the tender submitted by Stabilised Pavements of Australia. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Harris, a seconder. Councillor Walker, Councillor Harris is the mover.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this was an interesting tender because it probably wasn't the cheapest, but it was considered the best tender for the work to use Stabilised Pavements of Australia for the work in Emitter Parade up at Waverley. Other than, there wasn't a lot in it in the actual dollars, but I guess it's a matter of the quality of the outcome that we were most interested in. And rather than perhaps a very small saving that would have been from a lower tenderer who wasn't able to provide as much information, nor did the council officers have as much confidence in their ability to deliver what was required for council in this particular case. So really that's all we have on this particular tender.
Thank you. Councillor Walker is the seconder.
No, just that I suppose we've seen a few tenders 4 footpaths lately. We might expect to see a few more in the near future. There's big issues that brings up the council that I'm sure that we'll deal with in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers to the tender review? Councillor Harris to close. All of those in favour, accepting the report. All councillors present, the motion is carried. Agenda item 16, Infrastructure and Assets Network. 16.1 is the use of an existing street name, Regent Street. The recommendation is to approve to extend the use of the street name Regent resulting from a subdivision of the current Regent Street in Waverley. Somebody to move the recommendation. Okay, Councillor Harris, a seconder. Councillor Britton, Councillor Harris is the mover.
Seems pretty straightforward. We have a street that's being extended. It's been a dead-end street for a long time, being Regent Street, into a new subdivision that runs straight off the end of it. So I think extending the name makes perfect sense.
Councillor Britton is the seconder. Further speakers? Councillor Harris to close. Okay, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 17 on the agenda, Organisational Services Network. 17.1 is a lease at 38 to 40 Dokes Road, Lilydale. The recommendation is to approve leasing an area of land situated on Dokes Road, Lilydale, to the Lilydale Football Club. Now, just noting that this decision requires an absolute majority. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Britton, a seconder. Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton, would you like to speak to the recommendation?
And to say that I'm shocked the Mayor of Lilydale didn't beat me to it. No, look, I think it says here they've obviously been here for years. I've got some funding on the way. It's their ground. Let's leave it with them.
Great. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Not much more to add other than it is interesting to note the area being leased is not all of the property. It is in fact just the oval, the change rooms and some other sheds on there. There are other users of this particular site. That is owned in total by the council. But the Lilydale Football Club have certainly been, over the last few years, putting a lot of hard work in. Scoreboard upgrades and similar things have been going on out there. So it's pleasing to us to continue their lease.
Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Britton to close. Okay, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 17.2 is a lease at 45 to 51 Tamar Street, Launceston. The recommendation is to approve leasing an area of land situated in Tamar Street, known as City Park Stables, to the Tasmanian Family History Society Incorporated. Again, absolute majority is required. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Councillor Gibson, a seconder. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson.
Look, I think the report sums up since 2008. Obviously, it's been the home of this particular organisation. Perhaps into the future, they'll reside at the Patterson Barracks, but at the moment, certainly they take great care of the facility. It's a wonderful asset for our whole community, works in good partnership with our own Community History Museum collection at QV Mag. They're always open to working with community members and assisting with research, and I think it should be supported today.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. Any further speakers? Councillor Gibson to close. Okay, putting it to the table, all those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 17.3 is 23-24 budget amendments. So the recommendation, there's two parts to this one. So to approve changes to the council's 23-24 statutory estimates, which does require an absolute majority. And the second part of the recommendation is to approve adjustments made during the 1st of August to the 31st of August by the CEO for the 23-24 budget. Do I have somebody to move the recommendation? Deputy Mayor? A seconder? Councillor Harris? Deputy Mayor?
Again, I think these are fairly well articulated in the papers that we've had circulated to us explaining why things move and been moved out of there. I guess the only one I was a bit surprised about, because I thought it had been done 2 years ago, was the refuge in Hobbs Bridge Road. But I did drive past there yesterday and it wasn't. So it obviously hadn't happened, but I seem to recall that was something that I'd organised through St Michael's a while back. But anyway, it has happened, and I just think it's just a matter of moving things out of capital into operations as required. And just sort of noting some changes that have been seen as sensible during the period.
Thank you. Councillor Harris is the seconder. Any further comments? Councillor Walker?
I'm presuming as a refuge, we're talking about a pedestrian safe zone on a road. And do I also presume that the Vulnerable Road User Program is the program that would normally cover such things? Otherwise, who are vulnerable road users if not pedestrians? I'm not sure where that money's coming out of. CP 24553, Vulnerable Road User Program. I'm presuming that refers to protecting people.
Some clarification, CFO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. The reason why it's moved out of that program into its own project is we're taking it from capital to major ops. That's the only reason. You're quite right. That's entirely the purpose of the project.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Further speakers to the amendments in the budget? Deputy Mayor, nothing further. Okay, putting the motion to the vote. All those in favour, that is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, so 17.4, there's going to be a change to the recommendation from what is in the agenda. So this one is the community member reconciliation, recognition and civic functions policy. So we're just having the updated recommendation on the screen.
Yes, thank you for your input into the policy and the pre-council workshop this morning. We've added an additional line to the recommendation referring to the fact that officers will prepare guidelines around the operation of the policy.
Is that clear to all councillors from our discussions earlier today? We happy with the wording? Okay, well, we'll put that recommendation to somebody moving. Councillor Gibson? A seconder? Deputy Mayor? Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak?
Look, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to this. I think what this motion in rescinding old policies and creating new ones, what it does is reminds us that the recognition of community members and organisations and the like is an important part of what we do. It's an important part of what we've always done. But what has become blatantly clear over recent years is that there needs to be an update to the way in which this is done. And I think by doing it in a coordinated fashion, such as what is presented to us today, it enables there to be just transparency around the table, but importantly for our officers who often are required to enact the policy. So importantly, when we see the words rescind, it in no way takes away from what this council has or will continue to do in terms of recognising our community's outstanding achievers and recognising those organisations that put so much into our community. It essentially tidies things up. And I think by adding an additional recommendation, what is now two, but essentially in our minds is the third recommendation, by developing the assessment guidelines and the nomination forms, we're able then to get that clarity for ourselves, but also for our community around how it will be enacted and how it will work. And importantly, part two of point two, the means to manage the transition. We're taking away a couple of recognition streams, but it in no way devalues or takes away the achievements of those people who have previously been recognised through those mechanisms. So I want to thank Elizabeth Clark for her work in getting us to this point. I think the guidelines and the criteria will enable us to flesh out some of the challenges perhaps that might need to be discussed more broadly, but I think succinctly this tidies things up for us and enables us in a coordinated way to recognise people who have and will continue to make great contributions to our city.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Deputy Mayor? Further speakers to the motion? Anything further? Okay, putting the motion to the vote. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 18. 18.1, Russell Plains Road in Rochely. Just noting that, different from what's published in the agenda, we can cover this recommendation in two motions. Motion 1 will deal with the determination of the dwelling not be made available for leasing and the demolishment. Motion 2 will be around prioritising making the decision around landfill, and in the event that it is determined the site is not required for landfill, that we will undertake a study to investigate options for its potential development. So instead of dealing all of that within one, I think they're two quite different decisions that we're making here today. So we'll move motion 1 first, and I'll just read that recommendation to you again. So motion 1 determines that the dwelling at 126 to 128 Russell Plains Road, Rochely, not be made available for leasing due to safety concerns that exist for tenants from persons regularly trespassing on the site, and 2, given the extensive theft and damage that has occurred to the dwelling on the site, that it be demolished. Do I have somebody to move motion 1? Deputy Mayor? Somebody to second? Councillor Harris? Deputy Mayor as the mover.
I stand probably not necessarily saying happy to move the motion, because I think anything that demolishes a house that could be used for somebody to live in is something that is probably not something that I'd like to see. But I guess that if we read the narrative that came with the papers today about the history of Russell Plains Road, Russell Plains in general, and the things that have gone on there, we've not seen one, we've not seen two, but we've seen 3 or 4 buildings that have effectively met their demise through activities that are probably not legal, nor something socially acceptable to us. I think over the journey, we have had tenants in there at various stages, and reading some of the comments from some of the previous tenants in the document sent to us, and understanding the fact that it's in a plane where there is a lot of subversive activity that appears to go on a daily basis through that area, it isn't a safe place for people to reside. Yes, we could spend money and refurbish the house. My sense is that's probably putting good money after bad, based on the history of the property, and it's very sad that I say that, because a property should be respected by everybody in the community. Unfortunately, it's not. My concern is that we spend a lot of time, and we've seen this in recent weeks, where we've tried to limit the access to Russell Plains Road by putting a significant structure in place, lots of rocks. Within a week, that property was damaged and almost beyond repair, and it's probably now on tip, or should be somewhere near that, or being recycled perhaps. So the reality of it is there's been lots of things, and I've heard stories about fences, we put them up and somebody cuts them the next day and rides through them. So there are lots of socially driven issues through that area, which does make the Russell Plains area an unsafe place for people to reside. So therefore, reluctantly, I do support the second part of the motion, which is to demolish the property or remove it in some way. If it can be reused somewhere else, that would be great, or if at least the component parts of the building can be utilised somewhere else. That would certainly be the recycle, reuse philosophy that this council actually undertakes as well, so to try and make sure we maximise that aspect of it. But unfortunately, in these circumstances, I can't see a viable use of that property. People say we've got housing issues, but nobody wants to live out there, and the people who do live out there feel in fear of their own safety. That's not a fair and reasonable thing for us to do as a landlord. To have a caretaker out there is no different to having anybody else out there. They still have to take the risks of living out there in an unsafe area as it stands today. The second part of the second motion is the one that I'm more interested in, is where we go with the property into the general thing. So I'll leave my comments to that until that particular motion. But at this stage, I think realistically, it is the only outcome that I think is reasonable for this council to take.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Mackenzie said most of it that I would have said. Like him, I'm not happy that we have to consider having to knock down what was an established house. However, as he said, I fear that it is not a safe place at the moment to live. I had thought that perhaps it was worth trying to relocate what is left of the house. However, the costs to bring it up to current building standard, should anyone take that to want to use it as a house, would probably just make that unviable. And so demolition is its likely end, but perhaps some of the materials can be salvaged, which would be worthwhile. But as Councillor Mackenzie said, I too am interested in what will become of Russell Plains, because it is owned by the council. It is a significant parcel of land, and we'll be quite interested to hear the discussion that will go on about items of motion 2, which we'll come to shortly. Thank you.
Further speakers around the table. Councillor Pentridge.
I've been in tears now listening to all this, because I totally disagree. We're talking about a home. We're talking about a place that people lived in for a long time. God help us all if we've got to this, where the people of Rachelay, the people of Mayfield, the people of Ravenswood, where when you read this, it's pretty disappointing that we can't, especially in a time when so many people are desperate for housing. I mean, what I'd like to hear is, and I haven't been able to find it here, what attempts have been made or that house offered to someone who isn't afraid of the dark. People have lived in that house until recently. To the best of my knowledge, there's been no horrible events. And I would think that those of us that were responsible for that premises, which belong to this community, we have something to answer to, because we haven't even been able to keep the gates on the place. We've done very little. To turn around and condemn that place, that home, to a future tip, it's not saying a lot for Ravenswood or Rachelay. So, and I'll just finish off by reading one of the comments, which I'm surprised was left in there. Pity, as it is a nice place to live. On page 73. But I'll leave it to my more learned friends.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak as part of the team, all 12 of us equal, bringing different skills and attributes to the table. For me, I acknowledge that we've separated the 4 points into 2 distinct motions, but I also want to state that for me, I was very happy with parts 1 and 2 being an operational matter for that to proceed along those lines. I fully understand the interest from specific councillors and thus understand why it's come to council. And I would urge our friends in the media to be sensitive with their reporting around the labelling and around the self-fulfilling prophecy of 1/3 of the population of our city, because only a very small number are undertaking these behaviours that have left us in the undeniable situation that I think is clear to us and anyone who's been there that this house needs to be demolished. It's not a question of housing stock. It's not a question of what could and should have been done along the journey. It's a question that you wouldn't yourself live in that property or indeed allow anyone else to be subjected to the conditions that currently, through a small minority, are presenting themselves at the end of that very long driveway. So thus, I support what is before us, that we unfortunately demolish the property. For me, point 2, it's due to safety concerns, full stop. The rest, how we've arrived there, doesn't need to be reported on, doesn't need to be shared. It's a small minority who are doing the wrong thing. And in the second motion that will come before us, we have an opportunity to help turn that around. And I hope that that's what councillors will do today, reluctantly needing to support motion 1 and see a house demolished, but then having the opportunity to create something greater for that part of our community in motion 2.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further speakers to motion 1? Councillor Walker?
I'm hoping a few more would speak before I did, but I'll put my both hands on the chalice anyway. I won't be supporting the demolishing of this particular property. I've got a photo of it right here. I understand that it has, seen better days, like many properties around Tasmania, in Launceston, outside Launceston, wherever it may be. I can pass that around quite happily. And, we can record it in the minutes if we like to. This has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. There are hundreds of rural properties around Launceston right now that are not in that particular state. There are hundreds of properties where people don't run rampant across the property. Don't tell me that just because the council own the land, somehow it's harder to manage than any other rural property around Launceston. It's not. But we've allowed that for whatever reason without casting aspersions as to what that reason may be. Since 2006 or earlier, we've allowed that void to occur. And this is the end result. Buildings have been burnt down, and we are now left with one house, which we are talking about wanting to demolish today. Well, of course, I accept and agree with our Deputy Mayor's suggestion that at least you would seek to remove the property and recycle it. I would be confident that if it was to be given away, someone would willingly come along and use that resource. But that's not my preferred option. My preferred option is that Launceston Council re-establish its presence in the area. And that, of course, is nature abhors a vacuum. If it's seen as a wasteland, then of course people will use it as such. People will use it to dump it. People will use it to gather their firewood, whatever it may be. And of course it would take some effort to re-establish that presence in the area. But I think that's what's important in this situation, not that we demolish the house, because of course that doesn't solve the problem. That solves none of the problems that have brought us to this particular point. Removing the house just leaves the land as it is now. It doesn't solve the problem of people running rampant on that particular land. And of course, this is, perhaps Launceston Council's most prime opportunity at the moment to contribute something significant to the northern suburbs. And of course, that's not just one house. Saving one house is not going to solve any problems, I agree. But it's certainly symbolic of our presence in the area and how that is represented. Now I know that we've put gates up that have been knocked down, there are fences that have been cut, and so forth and so on. But that doesn't happen on every rural property, and we have to ask ourselves the question why that is. What have we done in the management, or should I say mismanagement, of the property that has allowed this to occur? Because this doesn't happen on a farm, 500 metres away. It happens on this particular property. And that, is, as I say, for good reason, because there is an absence of ownership in that area. Now, of course, people have lived there, but they haven't had the authority or the wherewithal to be a caretaker of the property or to really establish themselves, whether it be, a farming enterprise or whatever it may be. It's been more just available to live there and nothing else. And that's not really establishing a presence. I know farmers who've had their sheds broken into, had machinery stolen. These things do happen all around the place. But the difference is that there is someone there who is actively managing that resource. And that's what we haven't been doing here. So that's why I don't support removing the small vestige of our presence on the site. I support restoring that and building upon that. That just being the beginning of the council re-establishing their presence in the area. And I know that will take money and resources. That's documented in the report, how much it will cost to restore the house. But it's also demolishing the house also costs money, and it also is a loss of an asset and a loss of an opportunity, as I've already spoken to. So I'm glad that these two have been separated because I certainly don't support what I see as a backward step in terms of our presence in the area. I accept that that is not really the end solution. It's only just the beginning to re-establish that presence. And from there, of course, we do need to have a policy for the land. And I'll really look forward to talking about that in the second part of this motion. So I won't go there right now, but I will say that this is, perhaps Launceston Council's greatest opportunity to show some visionary response to what can lift this community, build community spirit, and support the people who live in the area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. No further speakers? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And respectfully, I won't be supporting this motion, just like Councillor Walker and Councillor Pentridge. I must be honest and say I am disappointed after reading the report. Page 73, I felt as though I was reading my own words that I sent to my fellow councillors a few weeks ago. I wish I had have received all this information some time ago so that perhaps I would have had a different course of action. But unfortunately, I didn't get all this information. So I won't be supporting the motion. And I do take on board what Councillor Deputy Mayor has said. Met with demise, isn't a safe place, unsafe. And the question is why? Why is it? Because we've allowed it to happen. I'm not a person to give up. I'm not a person to give in. And I believe it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of land out there that we own. And I think we should continue to do our damnedest to protect it, to restore it, and not just walk away from it. That is my personal feeling. And that's the way I feel, and that's why I won't be supporting this motion today. Just like Councillor Walker, I know it will cost money. We know that. We've got the report there. We've read it. But we have the resources. We have the money there, so we can restore it and think creatively about what we can do with Russell Plains. That's my personal view. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Dr. Raze.
Thank you very much. I am a little bit hesitant to understand why we have to separate one from two, because I think the future of one might be linked to what we want to do in our next motion. And that's why I feel I am against demolition of the house, because I believe that area, we should look at how we can develop it in the future. And therefore, there is a case in that case is to keep that property and develop it as part of the overall picture of the place. I believe sometimes it will cost money, but I'm sometimes surprised how many people can come and help and do it for no cost. And there's so many volunteers they can offer to do that for a good cause for so many people who need a place to live in. And that's the reason I feel, like other councillors, that we should reserve our judgment not to demolish it so soon and until we decide on the future of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raze. Councillor Kai.
I've brought this up a couple of times in workshop, and I'll just bring it in again. So I won't be supporting in demolishing the house either, because as always, I've always thought about keeping the house there. Like Councillor Palmer said, we have the finances, we have the money, we can fix it. We can also, instead of having, like I said before, just that one house there, we can have some temporary housing, demountable houses around there, so that there's not just the one family or one lot of people living there, to make it a little bit more safer out that area. And I know the CEO has said that it's a state government responsibility, not the councils, but we do have homeless people living right outside our town hall steps, just up the front there. So if we were to keep that house there, maybe put some temporary housing, those demountable houses around the area as well, to put a few more out there, maybe some of the homeless people, we can help them to allocate them out to Russell's Plains. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more we can do than what we're saying. And to move a motion, to ask the state government for help and things like that, it's a bit complicated for me. And if we have the finances, I'm sure we can somehow do something in that line to keep the house and put some, just temporarily for the time being, and move some of the homeless people out there. Just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Further speakers? A question. Councillor Britton.
Obviously, it needs about $300,000 spent on it to make it habitable at the moment. That's correct, isn't it? What was the state, or what was the state the house was in 12 months ago when it had residents compared to now?
CEO, with an update on the livability of 12 months ago?
Well, I couldn't talk to what it was 12 months ago. I can say that when the tenant, prior to the tenant vacating, it was certainly habitable. It had all of the fixtures, all of the compliance, all of the requirement for it to be a compliant dwelling. It was between that period of that person vacating and the council becoming aware of it that a lot of the fixtures were taken, and a lot of the necessary requirements for it to be a dwelling were taken, and so that therefore that's what then created the issues that we've got in respect to bringing it back up to scratch.
I'm not sure what happens here. Obviously, the table is quite divided. I agree with what Councillor Raze said. Is there some way we can postpone this decision until we have actually talked about the second part of Russell Plains today?
Yep, CEO, for clarification.
Just in respect to the discussion that will be part of the next motion, you're not talking about imminent decision making around the zoning of the land. It's zoned rural at the moment, so it's not really suitable in terms of a planning scheme perspective. I'm not going to have Richard talk to that in terms of being able to develop it in the way that's being discussed. It needs to be rezoned. It needs to be further considered in terms of what the options are. It's obviously a very, very large site. We've obviously got the considerations around the landfill, which needs to be our first and foremost in respect of what we do to manage the city in terms of being able to ensure that that is sustainable. So, in leaving the house there, you're going to be a long time in coming up to any sort of a solution that would make it part of a residential development, if that's the intent of the council. You aren't talking short term, you are talking long term.
Further speakers or questions? There being none, putting motion 1 to close. Sorry. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, thanks for the conversation. I knew this wasn't going to be a simple 12-0 vote. I didn't think it would be. And look, I don't stand up here with any joy in talking about this property. I mean, Councillor Walker, you make comments about other farms haven't had a problem. You only have to read the 2014 article of Grant Hazelwood, which will tell you that he's had problems for years with it, and he actually runs and manages his own farm. So it's not as if somebody who actually owns a property on the peripheral of the city has not had its own problems. I know the other property owners in that area have had similar problems, and he said he thanks the police and the council for the work they've done to try and assist with that. So what could we have done? Yes, we could have done more. The reality of it is we have, as Councillor Gibson said, a minority of people who are actually doing the wrong thing up in that area. But we're also finding that we've had 3 or 4 buildings that have been destroyed, mostly by arson. And I also hearken those, if we don't go ahead and demolish it today, whether we're having 24 hours, 7 guards up around it to stop it from being further damaged in the next little while. Because I don't know whether anyone saw the paper yesterday or today. There's huge bushfires at Coles Bay. There are bushfires all over the state at the moment. We're going into an El Nino pattern. If arson takes place out there, the risks of it travelling a long way and creating further issues for safety in and around our community. So I'm just broadening out the perspective on what we need to think about here. It's not just about a house. I agree, and I've probably been maybe disappointed we haven't got to a situation of knowing what we're going to do with the property earlier. We are where we are today, so the pragmatic person in me says we need to deal with today's problem today, and we'll deal with what we've still got to deal with going forward. Now, I appreciate once we take the house down, it's gone. We spend another $300,000. I'm not sure that that's going to actually benefit anything without a significant other level of activity around it to try and protect that property. Even getting it built, finding somebody to do the renovations and keeping it safe while we're doing the renovations to make it habitable again in itself, in my view, is a challenge. So there are a number of challenges associated with making the decision not to do something with the house today. I think that we just need to keep in perspective. I think to blame council for all the problems is not fair either. At the end of the day, it was a tract of land that was purchased for a strategic purpose to enable us to have a tip. And we bought the land and we paid a reasonable price for it at that time, which I suspect we probably haven't lost money on over the journey. If we were to turn around and sell it tomorrow, we'd still probably make the $775,000 that we paid for it way back then. So strategically, it was purchased for a tip. Strategically, it's probably added value to the asset pool of council. We've lost some good buildings, and I appreciate we've got one more building left up there that, yes, we can do everything we can to try and save it. And if there was what I thought was a reasonable way of dealing with that, which I can't see a way forward at this point in time without significant money and resources being put into it, then I would be there for saving it as well if I could see a purpose for it. So my view is I'm taking the pragmatic view that that property is a danger for safety now. It's not going to return anything to council in the short term, and the work that needs to be done to actually manage it in the short term to find out what we're going to do with it in the long term, I think will actually be money not well spent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moving the motion 1 to the vote. So this will be all those in favour of the demolishment. That is 7-4. Those against? 5 against. The motion is carried. Do you need individual names? Walker. The no's are Pentridge, Walker, Palmer, Raze, Kai. Moving on to motion 2. The recommendation is to prioritise making a decision on whether the site 126 to 128 Russell Plains Road, Rochelle, will be required to house a new landfill site once the current landfill at Remount Road site is closed, and in the event that it is determined that the site is not required for landfill, undertake a land use study to investigate options for its potential development. Somebody to move motion 2. Councillor Walker. A seconder. Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker is the mover.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is something obviously that should have happened many years ago, and if this is what it takes to get this to this point, then so be it. Of course, the property was purchased originally for the reasons that have been stipulated, that we have a recycling and waste centre adjacent to it. We had some thoughts that that landfill area might need to expand, and I think times have changed markedly since then. I think we know, without putting too much effort into it, that apart from extending the life of the existing landfill, that operations regarding waste are changing rapidly in the world. And the idea that we would expand a site that is, what you would say really in the centre of suburbs is probably not a likely option. And it would be a very difficult argument to put forward in this day and age that would be the likely outcome for this land. I won't preempt that first part any more than that, but I personally feel quite comfortable that will not be what this site is used for. In the event that it's determined that the site is not required for a future landfill, the second part says to undertake a land use study to investigate options for its potential development. Now, that is a great thing, depending on how that is done. What I'd like to see from this table, and from this table to gather from the community, is some vision for this site. I don't want to see a protracted policy development within council that takes any number of months or years to come up with a long-term plan that is not inspired by future vision, not inspired by lifting the standards for all of the suburbs that are adjacent to this site. I want to see some inspiration, some future visioning, because in 27 years' time, the tip will have reached the end of its life. It will be time to repurpose that site, just as we did with Heritage Park 25 years ago, and just as we will do with that site, which will be in the middle of those suburbs, half a dozen suburbs, as it already is. We need to have that vision for this part of Launceston. We need to have this vision because Tasmania is growing and our population will grow, even though in the short to medium term you'll see spikes and troughs as far as that goes. But I want to see some planning in the future for our city that is the rest of the country looks at and sees as best practice. I want to see planning that involves the best of alternative transport forms, the best of quality of life and different options for housing, affordable housing, all those sort of things. And I do not think for a moment that will come from the private sector. I think that type of vision only comes from government planning. It won't come from the state government in this current round of affordable housing expenditure either. We have an old city that was not planned. We know that we have roads that are hard to upgrade. This is not Canberra that we're living in, but I suppose what I'd like to see in this particular area is a development, whether it is for housing or light industry or business or recreation or education, whatever it may be, that is planned better than anything that we've ever done before. And I think that comes from an active hand from a level of council. And there is an abundance of money available at the moment for this type of thing from the federal government. And I would like to think that we could fast track a use for this site that would take advantage of that. We're probably a little bit behind the game as it is, but I think the opportunity is there. Why is it there? Because we just happen to own this land. There is no other large tract of land that council owns. There are probably other councils are not in this fortunate position of owning, I think, thousands of acres of land that is eminently suitable for this visionary process to take place. Having said all that, I'm sure that other people would have other ideas of what it could be used for, all those types of things, but let's have that conversation. Let's have that debate. Let's have it with the community. And let's aim for the stars when it comes to that. Let's do something that becomes the envy of every other place in Tasmania, and it becomes such a desirable place to live that rubs off on the rest of Launceston. So by all means, undertake a land use study to investigate the options for its potential development, but let's do it with some vision in mind. And if anyone can suggest a way that be included in the motion, then I would be all ears.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson is the seconder.
Thanks so much. Look, I agree with most of what Councillor Walker has said. And I think, importantly, what this process will allow is it will allow a process to enable us to create the vision with this incredible parcel of land, notwithstanding the attenuation overlay, notwithstanding what others will say with regard to the connectivity opportunities in terms of sport and recreation, but importantly, the opportunity that this has to finally connect a part of Launceston that perhaps hasn't been as best connected as it could have. But importantly, I think what will come from this motion is we will understand just how far we've come. We know, but this will substantiate how far we've come in terms of our waste management practices. It will also enable us to see what other parts of the state are doing in terms of their waste and whether or not there are opportunities for our future waste management needs that mean that we do things differently with waste. Rather than having the waste transported through the city, could it go to another part of the state? I think that will all be unpacked in terms of what the land was originally purchased for, and thus what the requirements of it moving forward will be. So I'm actually really excited because I think this is going to create something that will have vision. There'll be processes to enable community consultation. There'll be opportunities to consider why or why not the land could or could not be used for residential into the future, and what the challenges of the overlay and the attenuation will mean, and for how long that will be the case. But I think that here is something that the council has owned for a very long time. Waste management practices have been changing in the right direction for a very long time. So here we are taking hold of this land and setting the vision of what it could be into the future. I agree with Councillor Walker. This isn't something that needs to take, years and years to get on top of. It's something that's certainly going to take, a good few months. No doubt about that. There's already lots of work happening. But I think, perhaps we could spend some money that we might have spent in terms of restoring the house on outsourcing the requirements that we need in order to get the job done. So I appreciate that all good intention was made for the future waste management needs of our community when the land was purchased. I appreciate the work that was done in 2016 and 17. Not sure exactly why it never kind of came to the table, but nonetheless, that work has been done. And I think here is an opportunity for us to start a visionary process that will enable a parcel of land that we own to be turned into something for the betterment of our community and the people of Rochalee into the years that will follow. And I commend the motion to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Just going in order of hands up, Dr. Raze.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we are having this discussion, and we have been waiting for it, guys. As we have seen our Launceston experiencing lack of housing affordability, increased homelessness. At the same time, we had future prediction from our planning officers about how Launceston in 20 years, they will need thousands of houses, and they are looking for pieces of land. Here we have got a piece of land, they're already available. At the same time, of course, there is always a question about how we can address the issue in the short term. We can't rely on private developers. Why? Because they only build houses for people who can afford them. So you will really find them built really cheap houses for people with social low affordability. I'll give you an example of what's happening in the United States. There are cities where they have built houses, 3-4 bedroom houses, they are empty. And when they are having problem of social housing, the reason why, because nobody can afford them. And this is how I feel local government, well, of course, state and federal, they should work about how we can encourage to build low-cost housing for people who, who are struggling to find it. I mean, the council is already playing an active role through the helping the South Prospect developments, and we have got officers who are on the jobs, so they have got experience. And I believe that they are going to finish soon with the project. I think this is an opportunity to use their experience in looking at how we can develop these properties in the future. Regarding funding, well, last few weeks, guys, we heard the federal government with the immediate $2 billion for housing. Our state government already committing $38 million a year and about $1.5 million till 2032. We have to be active in putting proposals and get on board the state and federal, because I feel they all want to work together to sort out the social affordability, the housing affordability in our city. And I think this is our opportunity to drive it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Razo. Councillor Dawkins. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Such an interesting debate, and I followed the email trails over the past few weeks and read everything that people have had to say about this matter. There's been obviously a lot of concern that council had sort of dropped the ball on this. I'm not sure that I can see that. I think this was a long-term planning for something that hopefully isn't going to eventuate, because as has been indicated in previous speeches, we would hope that landfill looks very, very different in the years to come, and this land clearly should not be available. We should be really making much, much more sustainable landfills, and of course, City of Launceston is doing a pretty good job in that aspect already. But remembering, of course, that if it is another 20 years that we'll be using this particular site, that's 20 years of emissions. That's 20 years that you really won't be able to build any housing and close to this site, because it would be entirely inappropriate. And if we're talking about putting social housing close to a tip, I mean, that already sounds really problematic to me. We can't presume to know where people want to live. I think that's something that we've learned by the way that we interact with community services. This is something for community to tell us where people want to live. It's also not zoned for housing. That would take potentially years to change. I mean, we saw what happened with the Relbia changes. That was many, many months of planning and negotiating and going to workshops and listening to community. And then some people at this table didn't even vote for that. I mean, that was opening up more housing for the community, but we couldn't get unanimous support at the table. But here we are expecting to get majority support to build next to a landfill. It just seems incredibly strange to me. So we've got attenuation. Of course, we have to have an attenuation code. It's bushfire prone. It's also a natural assets code, which means a lot to a lot of people in the community. It's a very important code that often gets left behind when we come to talk about how we're going to develop in our community. The common plants that grow in these zones are the very plants that will make human life on Earth possible in the years to come. If we start disregarding the natural assets code, we disregard the opportunity for us to continue during this incredible crisis of climate. So yes, okay, let's do something amazing with this land. But really, the way I feel about this motion right now, it's a way for the table to have a go at operations. You know, we've seen it develop over the last few months, and it's completely unpalatable to me. We vote for some things, we contradict ourselves, we don't vote for them if it's in another way, and all the time trying to have a dig at the people who work in this organisation. Well, I don't know if anyone dropped the ball. We didn't talk to this building. We weren't the ones. No one at council wanted this to happen. Of course, we've got elements of our community. We talk about it frequently. We behave terribly. And in this instance, they have behaved terribly. But does that mean that we shouldn't demolish and then consider the many, many months or whatever could possibly happen there? We can't force this. We have to let this process go through naturally, because if we don't, every single piece of rural zone land could be denuded and have houses built on it. That is not appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Pentridge.
Well, I hope that people listening out there, that they listen to the second part of this conversation, because the first part, if I was a potential purchaser, I would have given you nothing for it. On the other hand, it seems to have, in one small conversation, gone from being a horrible place that we need to protect people from being anywhere near, to this potential piece of land that God knows what we can do with it. Now, as I've stated in other occasions, our original tip was York Park. It then went to Westby Road. It then went to Henry Street. It then went to Churchill Park. And as time's moved on, it then went to Redmount Road. Now, if any of us travel around, maybe we ought to bring in, instead of the football next weekend and the ovals, we ought to go and have a look at some refuse sites. I'll guarantee you all that within the next short period of time, sites like ours up here will have changed dramatically. Landfill sites are already a thing of the past, and really it's inappropriate as far as I'm concerned. As one of my colleagues here said, a third of our population in Launceston lives in the northern suburbs. I think personally, the first part of this conversation, I'd be disappointed that that small group of people have had a win. And secondly, that a third of our population in Launceston lives beside a landfill tip, and that even the thought of extending it, there's more land there, and because really we're not going to have any say in it. The EPA will. The EPA have already allowed us to extend that tip for a short period of time, and there's more than enough land there, and we should be looking at a more modern way of using our refuse in the city. But anyway, at least we have recovered, and maybe we've convinced the community that it's worth looking at as far as a sales item goes, right? And plus I have talked to the people who have purchased that land, and it wasn't as described in this. But that doesn't surprise me because there's not all the things I can read that I can relate to. But really that site was bought at the time because the people that owned it, the Chugs, tried to run a sheep farm there, and they didn't sell it because they wanted to get rid of it. They didn't sell it because they got a lot of money for it. They sold it in disgust because our council at the time, they were losing up to 400 sheep. There was photos of sheep running around with the intestines hanging out, and even the dogs that had registration tags on them, no one seemed to do anything about it. So eventually, in frustration, they give the land away, right, just to get the hell out of there. And my understanding from the management at the time, it was an opportunity to get rid of some major problems, and it was purchased at a very reasonable price. And we've never done nothing with it till this day. And anyway, that was the way it was. And that tip won't be there forever, and the whole system has changed dramatically. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I think Councillor Pentridge's comments make clear that actually that us not owning it doesn't actually make a difference to the way that the people will actually use it. Now, whether we're responsible for the municipality and how people actually go across borders and do things which are illegal, I'm not sure, but to the extent that we can, we have local laws that deal with that. I guess I stand here disappointed because I started on this conversation 4 years ago, and I'm disappointed I haven't probably pushed it forward, and we're still here. And we're here today because of events that have occurred on the property which has actually brought it to the top of the tree. I'm pleased that it has. I'm now looking forward rather than looking back. We can't change what happened in the past. All we can do is look to the future. So I think what's come out of this is now we've got a guideline that says we're going to look at our tip requirements and then look at what we can actually do with the land. And I'd rather look at it on the glass half full capability. We actually have to grab the land back. Actually, we have to grab control back of it. That's the first thing we've got to do before we do anything else. Once we do that, then we can start to think about the other opportunities that we've got with it. But I think there are a couple of logical steps there, and I hope that that's not very far away.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my other fellow councillors for their thoughts. My thoughts on this, I look forward to the report that the Mayor, that the council officers, I should say, will do in regard to the tip, or whether we have a tip or need to have a second one. I'm of the view that in 27 years' time, when the current tip is full, if we're still burning or burying rubbish, I'll be surprised. But if we do, we probably won't be doing it close to a city. It'll probably be in a remote area somewhere that might be, in fact, for the whole state. But having said that, the amount of rubbish that we'll be burying will also be very small. So I think, as others have said, the future will change how landfill, which is our only way to get rid of rubbish at the moment, will be in the future. I also think, as Councillor Pentridge said, that old tip sites will get reused. In fact, some of the problems in Melbourne has been caused by, in fact, building housing directly over the top of old tip sites and then having problems with it. I think what we've done at Churchill Park and such, and York Park by building sporting fields, is probably a more likely solution for our old remount tip road tip in its future. However, there will need to be a zone around it, and I look forward to the community now coming forward with ideas. We're talking about a site that's 862 hectares. It doesn't mean much to me, but 2,000 acres certainly does. There will need to be a certain part around the tip. Tip's around 150 acres, so that means we've probably got, on balance, 2,000 acres to be used for an attenuation period area around it, plus then we have what we can do. To develop housing on that site in isolation without having it being met with other housing coming from either direction, north or south, would seem to me to be illogical, and therefore will probably take time for that housing to come to meet it. However, having it zoned that way, and we have time to do that, we have to work it through the Northern Tasmanian Regional Land Use Planning Scheme and all those sorts of things, we will have time to do it. But I personally think the idea of having some heavy industry identified land in that area would make sense for me in what I imagine our city might look like post-2060, because that's when it's probably going to be in its prime. And as others have said, to own such a large piece of land so close to their current city is something very few councils have the opportunity to do. We don't want to waste it. We certainly don't want to just give it away to a developer or otherwise. I think we do need to have a long-term strategic plan, but I do stress it will be long-term. However, I could see that industrial development would be somewhat suitable to being in closer to the tip attenuation zone, would make sense, particularly if we then connected a road that went along that way, a northern outlet, to perhaps allow people to come and bypass coming through the city, but actually run through there, continuing on down to Bell Bay where the port is. So for me, I think it's a great opportunity. I think, as Councillor Mackenzie said, it's one that what we've got at the moment isn't our fault, and I think it's what we've decided to do is the most logical and best solution for it, but it does give us an opportunity of somewhat of a clean slate to go forward. So I'll look forward to hearing anyone else who might want to stand around the table, but more importantly to hear from others in the city about how they think they might use nearly 2,000 acres situated to the east of our city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any further speakers around the table? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, not much more to add other than I would love to see the community heavily involved in this decision. I don't want it to go on for months and months and months. I don't want to look back in 4 years and say, well, we had this and we didn't do anything about it. And look, I think it's a prime bit of land out there. What we do with it, I'm not going to stand here and say I've got all the answers, because I don't. But I think, as I said earlier, if we think creatively, we put it out to the community, we get their feedback, we listen to them, and then we act. Okay, that's my opinion on it. I think we don't just sit back and let it go to ruin like it has done. I've been out there, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not in a good place. But I do look forward to the report and us putting it out to the community for their feedback on where we can go in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. No further comments? Councillor Walker is the mover to close.
Thank you, Chair. As a council, we're responsible for helping to build our community and to build our community spirit. We talked earlier, Councillor Palmer, through you, Chair, asked a question about perceived violence in our CBD at the moment. Certainly, you can put in as many cameras as you like and employ as many police as you like, but that doesn't build community spirit. What does is having a vision and uniting the community and giving opportunity to the community to come together. And that's something that I think has been slowly stripped away over the years. I was only telling someone yesterday about how all around Launceston, and indeed in Launceston, we used to have community halls where there'd be music nights and people would bring up plate and all that sort of thing. That type of community connectedness and togetherness has broken down. And what I see here, you might think I'm rambling a little, and I probably am, but what I see here is an opportunity to build community in an area that I would say in the last 40 years or so, successive governments, and not really council, but successive governments in their broadacre expansion of affordable housing didn't really include building communities. So the legacy we're left with is broadacre developments without many services. I see this as an opportunity to provide services to those northern suburbs. There are many, many great people living in that area, but they are underserviced, I think, and this is that opportunity to do something special in Launceston that will bring that community together and to give it a new civic centre, if you like, a new citadel, a new place where you can go to a doctor, play a game of tennis, go for a walk, whatever it may be, all the different things and aspects that you would love to see in a suburb. Make it the most desirable place to live. And I'm not talking about an extension of just social housing and affordable housing. It has to be a mix. It has to be a mix maybe of business as well. The ideas that people can work and live in the same area, for example, is something that we haven't really explored in Launceston. Every idea needs every good idea needs a champion, and we need to champion, these types of ideas. I will speak for a little longer if I may. Thank you, Chair.
You'd like an extension?
I would like an extension.
You can't include.
Can't summing up, then I'll just finish by saying every good idea does need a champion. We are those champions. If we're not, I do ask the question, why are we here? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Moving to the vote then, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay. Agenda item 19, closed council. So this decision requires an absolute majority. The recommendation is that council moves into closed session to consider the following matters: confirmation of minutes and petition to amend a sealed plan. Do I have somebody to move that we move into closed council? Councillor Britton. A seconder, Councillor Palmer. All of those in favour? All councillors present. Motion is carried. We move into closed council. We might have a little break now also. Can we bring it forward? Cool. Okay. Welcome back. Now we're in open session. I need somebody to please move and second the table. Councillor Britton, table of contents from closed. Lindy McMahon, thank you, Councillor. As we accept the table, all of those in favour, that is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Item Agenda 20, meeting closed. Next meeting will be here at